excited for these. We have a bowl of lactate pills ready for everyone for tonight. I worked at Ramat Rome for a number of summers, and there was like one summer that, on Friday before Shabbos, Friday lunch, every day it's pizza every Friday for lunch. And there was like one counselor that made a joke and like had literally a bowl of lactate pills and was walking around the camp and got on the microphone and was like, just making fun of our Ashkenazi stomach problems. And it was I don't know, it was really funny. And so he gets the microphone, he goes, for all of us in camp, we have, for everyone, a pill that will solve your stomach problems after this meal. So, we are going to be having a Tikkun Leil Shavuot, and many of you know about this Minhagan tradition, and there's going to be, around the world tonight, like so many Jews learning Torah, which is so beautiful. It's one of the few nights throughout the year that this happens, where you really do have like thousands and thousands, not even millions, of Jews learning Torah. I wouldn't say at the exact same time because we have time zones, but throughout the evening. And it's almost as if we're trying to relive the moment at Sinai where all Jews were together learning Torah, where every Jew was together learning Torah. And it's almost like if we can recreate that moment where every single Jew in the world at one time learns Torah, like Mashiach will come, maybe, right? And there's something poetic about that. There's something poetic about trying to get all of us. Imagine if we all were to get together as the world of Jews and study Torah at the same time. I don't know. Would that bring Mashiach? God willing, because we need it right now in the world. We need Mashiach. We need a lot in our crazy world. And so I hope that the vibes sent out by studying Torah, the good spirit that we bring into the world tonight together, just by learning together, I don't know, to make some change, some spiritual change. It's been a tough week here in the States. It's been a really tough week. And, God help us, please. See that we're studying, see that we're learning, see that we're trying to, tikkun, to fix. It's in the name of tonight, Tikkun Leil Shavuot. Letaken is to fix. So I hope that tonight, with millions of Jews around the world studying Torah, we're able to fix something spiritual. So before we start learning together, I would like to bless our learning and to give an intention for our learning tonight, which is to bless the world with the fixing which Torah learning can bring. And that our learning tonight can have at least a drop in the ocean of what needs to be fixed. And we can affect change spiritually in the world through our learning. So I'm so excited then to learn tonight with everyone. We have some really awesome people on our lineup. We have a few minutes until we're going to get started, but I think we'll wait. We'll hang out for another 5 minutes, and then we'll break, schmooze. We have two wonderful presenters starting us off. We have Joanna and Melissa. Joanna's going to be in the chapel, and Melissa's going to be in the sanctuary. Would you guys like to intro potentially what you're going to be teaching? Joanna? And so, Melissa will be here in the sanctuary. Joanna will be in the chapel. And enjoy. Shabbat Shalom. It's not Chag Sameach yet. If anyone has any questions on the rounds, and good to see you.
If we learn and can affect doing mitzvahs, then we can shift the balance of the world possibly to bring Mashiach. So we look at it from that perspective, and we're all learning.
Amen. 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 Cool.
Sam, you just negotiated that. We're going to split the time and votes take place rather than try to split the slice of this audience, and we'll both just speak for half the time, and then everyone can vote Shemitah and I think it's
You guys put it in 45 minutes.
projecting voice. Okay. Kobe Livker. It's just like it's spelled. It just looks like a lot of consonants. Yeah. Oh, I'm on the microphone. Okay.
All right, so Joanna and Elizabeth will be beginning our night of learning. Hand over.
All right. All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Joanna Kobe Lifker, and I'm going to be speaking about the Shemitah year and how it relates to the Jewish value of sustainability and justice, and how we can interpret a 3,000-year-old tradition today. Quick history of the Shemitah year. As soon as the Jews settled in the Holy Land, they began to count and observe 7-year cycles. Every cycle would culminate in a sabbatical year known as Shemitah, literally to release. The literal commandment is that the land should rest, as the Torah says, and the land shall rest a Sabbath to Hashem. This occurs by people refraining from planting, pruning, plowing, harvesting, or engaging in any other form of working the land. I could be wrong, but I'm willing to bet no one in this room is a full-time professional farmer. So how do we interpret this commandment as non-farmers? Not to mention, this commandment is really intended for the land of Israel. So again, how do we, living in the diaspora, non-farmers, honor and fulfill this commandment in 2022? Well, let's start with some Torah references. And if you would like to read it, it's on page 472. It's Exodus chapter 23, verse 10, but it's on page 472. This reference really captures the interconnectivity of having been refugees from Egypt, the Shemitah year as we entered the land. It reads, "You shall not oppress the stranger, for you know the feelings of the stranger, having yourselves been strangers in the land of Egypt. 6 years you shall sow your land and gather in its yield, but in the 7th year you shall let it rest and lie fallow. Let the needy among your people eat of it, and what they leave let the wild beasts eat. 6 days you shall do your work, but on the 7th day you shall cease from labor, in order that your ox and your ass may rest, and that your bondman and the stranger may be refreshed." One of the most significant gifts of the Jewish people to the world is the notion of a Sabbath. From ancient times, we practiced the radical ritual of letting even our servants, slaves, and beasts of burden rest for a whole day, 1 in every 7. The weekly cycle towards Shabbat is a central theme of Jewish life, the expression of our understanding of creation. The second reference from Leviticus, page 738, captures the idea that the Shemitah is a Sabbath, a whole year, not for us, but for the land. "When you enter the land that I assign to you, the land shall observe a Shabbat of the Lord." The great commentator and philosopher Maimonides wrote that some of the laws of the sabbatical year are meant to make the earth more fertile and stronger through letting it lie fallow. The late Chief Lord Rabbi Jonathan Sacks commented further, adding that based on this teaching, the Israelites were therefore commanded to conserve the soil by giving it periodic fallow years and not pursue short-term gain at the cost of long-term desolation. Indeed, research on how 1 year fallow affects soil quality has indicated that soil quality increases in the subsequent years. However, the Torah does not merely say, "let the land rest." It says, "let the land rest a Shabbat to Hashem." What the Sabbath does for humans and animals, the sabbatical year does for the land. The earth, too, is entitled to its periodic rest. The third reference, page 1076 in Deuteronomy, references about the release of debts and opening our hearts to the needy. Think of land equity, opportunity equity, the long-lasting effects of slavery and redlining, medical debt, college debt. It reads, "Every 7th year you shall practice release of debts, for God's Shemitah has been proclaimed." So now that we know the textual references of the Shemitah, how can we fulfill this commandment today? We can start by appreciating what the commandment is telling us. In a nutshell, letting the earth rest is an act of respect, devotion, gratitude, humility, and patience. To be a good steward of the earth is to exemplify being a good Jew. Here are the final 3 points that I'll share. Number 1, it is indeed a Jewish value to both care for and protect the earth. 2, there is indeed a climate crisis. And 3, there are indeed things we can do to mitigate global warming trends. So why should we as Jews care? Well, for starters, we're humans who rely on oxygen for survival, but it's deeper than that. Preserving our earth and thanking God for his beautiful work is embedded in our texts, prayers, traditions, holidays, and values. A very often Midrash quote is, when God created the first man, God took him and showed him all the trees of the Garden of Eden and said to him, "See my works, how beautiful and praiseworthy they are. And everything that I created it for you. Be careful not to spoil or destroy my world, for if you do, there will be nobody after you to repair it." That passage really speaks to the principle of Bal Tashchit, the prohibition against waste and needless destruction. Bal Tashchit is heavily referenced in the context of trees. And in Deuteronomy, in the Torah, it teaches us that we are not to cut down the fruit trees in wartime. It asks, is the tree of the field a man to go into the siege before you? Destroying trees is understood by our sages to encompass the entire range of needless destruction. Maimonides elaborates, not only one who cuts down trees, but one who smashes household goods, tears clothing, demolishes a building, stops up a spring, or destroys articles of food with destructive intention transgresses the command, "You must not destroy." We even have an entire holiday dedicated to celebrating the birthday of the trees. Who knows what it's called? That's right. Okay. Very good. The prayers that we say for literally everything we eat, every time we take a bite of food, we get to pause and acknowledge the source of that food. Hamotzi lechem min haaretz, who brings forth bread from the earth. For fruit, borei pri ha'etz, who creates the fruit of the tree. And vegetables, borei pri ha'adama, who creates the fruit of the ground. The value of continuity, lador vador, from generation to generation. A major theme in Judaism is the importance of passing on the teachings, values, and traditions of our faith to sustain future generations. The teachings of tikkun olam, repair the world. Another interpretation or translation means to do something with the world that will not only fix any damage, but also improve upon it and bring it closer to the harmonious state for which it was created. Lastly, the commandment to show kindness to the stranger. The Jewish sages tell us that we must treat strangers with kindness and love them as ourselves. This commandment is mentioned 36 times, more than any other commandment or prohibition in the Torah. The rabbis take such great pains to remind us of the importance of kindness because we have been in need of such kindness countless times in our own history. We have been outsiders, the less fortunate, and the victims of discrimination. In the case of caring for the environment, the stranger is our own neighbors right here in Atlanta who can only afford to live in land next to power plants or landfills. They have polluted soil, contaminated water, and little access to fresh food. Or they are victims of climate change and live on floodplains and are often drowned out of their homes by storms, or suffering from unprecedented heat waves and droughts. So how do we know that there's in fact climate change and that we are responsible? Very brief science here, but the science is simple. Global warming is real. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change released a report that is widely viewed as the most comprehensive and reliable assessment of climate change. The report states we are on track to reach 1.5 degrees Celsius of warming within the next 2 decades. Our understanding of climate science is stronger and more sophisticated than ever. I'm sure we remember the heat wave in the Pacific Northwest from last summer. Models confirmed that it was virtually impossible that the extreme rise in temperature could have occurred without human-influenced global warming. We're seeing more and more events that are declared unprecedented, however, they are just becoming more common. So other than being really hot, what's so bad about global warming? A lot. Sea level rise, longer droughts, more flash floods, more fires, slower moving and stronger hurricanes, more intense cold air outbreaks, hotter temperatures, increased desertification, including parts of Israel where there's already tension over water, and food and water resource challenges leading to climate refugees. So let's talk a little bit about Israel. Our beloved Holy Land is incredibly vulnerable. According to a Ben Gurion University study, if we enter an era of what scientists call extreme climate change, meaning an increase in average global temperatures of more than 2 degrees Celsius, the Negev desert will expand 200 kilometers northward. That means the desert will stretch far beyond Beersheba, beyond Ra'anana and Haifa, all the way into Lebanon. Almost all of the Shefila, which is the agriculturally productive lowlands, could be gone. On top of that, Tel Aviv will be largely underwater due to rising sea levels. Another source indicates that the same conditions will flood the south of Israel, moving its southern border, currently Audit, about 50 kilometers north. If that's not an existential threat to Israel, then nothing is. And how did this happen? By burning fossil fuels and therefore steadily increasing our production of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. And, we hear a lot about greenhouse gases, so I decided to Google it. What is a greenhouse gas? Your 2-second lesson here. The problem with greenhouse gases is that they are like glass, like a greenhouse, and they allow sunlight to pass, but they block the heat. So that's why the heat stays trapped in our atmosphere. That's why greenhouse gases are bad. And trees can really help by absorbing that carbon dioxide and releasing oxygen back into the atmosphere. The problem is that we keep cutting trees down all the time. So rather than being driven by fear, let's go back to honoring our commandments and values. Humility and gratitude are foundational values in Judaism. In practical terms, we can start with our own individual lives. Use less energy. Turn off the lights, adjust your thermostats, walk or bike instead of driving. Consider cleaner forms of energy like solar. Use less disposable plastic, which is made by burning fossil fuels. Waste less food. Consider eating less meat, which also entails burning fossil fuels to produce. Start composting your food waste. Plant more trees. Start a garden. For an even bigger impact, tell your elected officials to support stronger legal accountability for the biggest producers of greenhouse gases. Urge your employers to evaluate their own energy consumption. Let's honor our very call as Jews. Be gracious, humble, don't waste, and honor life. All right. Any questions? How do we do all that? In your personal home, reduce the amount of energy that you consume. So less gas and electricity. That's like the biggest bang for your buck. But I'd say lifestyle-wise, use less and less plastic. Because every time you use plastic, lots of, oil and gas was burned to make the plastic. And then even if you recycle it, it may not actually get recycled, and you're not stopping the production of the plastic by just recycling it. So just don't even buy it. But yeah, look at your own carbon use. Yep, okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Joanna. That was terrific. All right, this is going to be an example of from the sublime to the ridiculous. This is just take it up with the rabbi when he recovers from COVID. So my husband and I have 9 children. They now range in age from 24 to 40. The 40th birthday was a big surprise, since I think of myself as, around 46. So it's like, how could Molly be 40? We had 4 children by birth and then adopted 4 kids from Ethiopia and 1 from Bulgaria. So this is a story from a few years ago. I I tried to be really clear in the intro that I have no helpful advice at all. It's just that I know what it's like to be in the trenches with children. In fact, my 2-year-old granddaughter might run in at any moment. This is a chapter from my book, No Biking in the House Without a Helmet, from a few years ago, which is the one humorous book I've written. This chapter is called Everything You Always Wanted to Know About Sex But Couldn't Spell. On a fine spring day in 2008, surprising words cropped up on my computer. I had logged onto Google to pick up some biographical information about United Nations Special Envoy for HIV/AIDS, Ambassador Stephen Lewis of Toronto. I typed the letter S, then paused to recall whether he spelled his name as Stephen with a V or Stephen, oh my God, she's here, Stephen with a PH, when helpfully a drop-down menu offered recent S searches, including sax, saxing, saxing boys and girls, and saxing Britnett Spurs. But no one in the family plays saxophone, I chuckled to myself. They must have meant trombone or trumpet. This is my maca tennister from Philadelphia. This is not typical of Torah learning at our shul. We're starting off light. But no one in the family plays saxophone, I chuckled to myself. Then I thought, I wonder if one of the boys is thinking about switching instruments. And then I thought, they can't spell. I returned to the Google search bar and hit a few random letters. Every key I touched produced a little spurt and cascade of misspelled dirty words and phrases. I went back to the beginning of the alphabet, and I did this in alphabetical order. You had your male body parts, your female body parts, and in the C's and F's, a few correctly spelled popular 4-letter words. I cheered up momentarily in the V's with the appearance of the word Virginia. Oh, right, so sometimes they actually do use my computer to do their homework, I thought with relief, glancing down the list for hints of Jamestown, the Royal Colony, and Thomas Jefferson. But then I realized, not for the first time, they can't spell. At Amazon.com, new products were presented for my approval based on my recent searches. Just for me, they were saving a video version of the Kama Sutra. Wow, that's some good spelling, I thought. I thought it was spelled Karma Sutra. Perhaps Seth and Lee, who were now 23 and 20 at this time, had looked into erotica, but they had come of age in an epoch closer to the lifetime of Thomas Edison and the Wright brothers. When they were young teenagers, computers were old, slow, and black and white, more toaster or window fan than science fiction portal into every crevice of the known universe. In their youth, sexy images were reproduced in magazines and also arrived in the mail in the Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue. To conceal research from his mother, a 20th century boy shoved his magazines deep under his bed in the moldering twilight company of old socks, chewed gum, and misplaced homework. No electronic trail lingered. 21st century boys were unlucky in this way. I felt confident in my ability to protect my 21st century boys from pornography on the internet. Only a few months earlier, it had been television I was concerned about. Not pornography on television, just too much television. My greatest maneuver had involved the household electrical system. I wondered if a single switch in the breaker box might control the big screen basement TV. One afternoon, I stood before the open breaker box and experimented. All over the house, up and down the stairs, in halls and bathrooms, in the kitchen and on the porch, lights flashed off and on. The squawks of protesting children, momentarily divorced from a computer screen or the microwave, also beeped on and off. Then I found it, a single switch. I flipped it, and the big basement television went black. It took the VCR and the DVD player with it. No more scolding necessary. I could walk through the basement without snarling, "Can't you kids ever pick up a book?" That was the end of the summer of 2007. Yosef and Daniel's arrival 2 months earlier at ages 10 and 13 had pushed television watching in our house to record levels. They were getting up in the night to watch. They were racing home from school to watch. Yosef, age 10, and they had just come from Ethiopia, was especially thrilled with Disney Channel comedies like That's So Raven and The Sweet Life life of Zach and Cody. I hid the television cord from the boys, but they found it. One day, when I trotted downstairs to remove and hide the cord, it was missing. Later, Yosef pulled the cord from its hiding spot, plugged it in, turned the volume low, and settled in to watch The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I had to admire his ingenuity, and I did, before ripping the cord out of the back of the TV with my bare hands. The breaker switch was a different story. Yosef and Daniel, Jesse and Saul did not know about the breaker box. They did not know about electricity. They were too busy watching TV to hear about it. So the TV went dead and stayed dead for a month until Lee came home from college. Every fall, Lee has to watch the World Series, college football, and NFL football, and then he has to watch ESPN updates and highlights about the games he just watched. I wanted Lee to enjoy coming home, so I flipped up the breaker and allowed the juice to flow back to the basement television components. "Lee, very smart," Daniel remarked to me. "Well, when Lee come, everything fix." A week later, when Lee went back to school, the TV mysteriously died again. I was boundlessly pleased with myself, although the TV diminished environment didn't actually lead to more reading by the 4 younger boys. It was not like anyone said, "Well, I can't watch TV, maybe I'll catch up on some poetry." They mostly passed the time by punching one another. Then one evening, Helen and Lily decided to watch a movie on the basement TV. As the brothers watched, Lily strolled over to the breaker box, opened it, and flipped up the switch. The TV hummed to life, so did the VCR and the DVD. "Lily, how did you know?" I said. Oh, why, was that a secret? The day the lights were going off and on all over the house, I figured you were trying to find the breaker to turn this TV back on. "No, I was looking for the breaker to turn this TV off." "Lily, very smart," Daniel was already offering. "When Lily downstairs, everything fix." By sundown on the day I discovered their new internet research interest, Saxing, I had purchased and downloaded a software product called Net Nanny. Any attempt to visit a website featuring a female other than Cinderella, Indira Gandhi, Julia Child, or Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher was blocked by the sudden appearance in profile of a British housekeeper in a white apron, starched collar, and little peaked hat. In her hand, she held up victoriously a computer mouse that she'd evidently just cheerfully yet violently yanked out of the back of someone's hard drive. I was really smug about Net Nanny for 2 months. The 4 younger boys, then ages 12, 13, 14, and 14, were stymied by Net Nanny for a day and a half. A clever friend of theirs secretly taught them how to turn off my computer, turn it back on, and quickly create a guest account other than mine. My computer guest was named Franny. On Franny's account, there was no Net Nanny, and there was no mom. There were, however, plenty of fleshy, top-heavy, rouged, and evidently outgoing young women. I may not be of the internet generation, but even I know that a rat terrier named Franny would have no interest in a computer guest account. Wordlessly, I retaliated with stricter software than Net Nanny. The new protective software was called Safe Eyes. Safe Eyes stopped young teenage boys from accessing any website other than one entitled www.funwithfractions.com. So the boys downshifted to other media. One day, a $467 bill arrived from our cell phone carrier. Close scrutiny revealed that the excess charges arose from the boys' cell phone numbers. Hardcore sex scenes had been downloaded from the internet onto the tiny screens. "I didn't know they had internet access on their phones," I protested to customer service, not wanting to say, "I didn't know you could even get 2 female breasts on such tiny screens." "They told me they needed cell phones so they could call when soccer practice was over," I wailed. Hadn't each of them portrayed himself as at risk of abandonment, alone and fearful on a darkening and vast soccer field as night closed in, long after the parents of the boys with cell phones had come and gone? Customer service waived the charges because the boys were not supposed to have internet access on their mobile phones. So that portal was closed, but the boys journeyed on. A cable TV bill arrived from Comcast. charging us for a pay-per-view purchase of an X-rated movie about pole dancing. Pole dancing is not, I recently learned, the festive springtime event of European folk culture in which young girls hold ribbons and weave in and out around a central post, wrapping it in a rainbow of pretty colors, while adult males in short pants and knee socks whistle into wooden flutes. That is maypole dancing. Pole dancing is another thing entirely. I am learning so much. When I checked the date on the Comcast bill, I'd realized I'd had a middle school son homesick on that very day. At the precise hour of the movie screening, he'd been napping on the basement sofa in front of the rec room TV, upon which non-maypole dancing was being anthropologically examined. Furious with the $20 fee for that movie, I pounded down the stairs, found this son, and held out the bill to him. This was the day you were homesick. This was your movie, and it cost us $20. What are you going to do about it? Oh, okay, he said mildly. He slipped into his bedroom, removed his wallet from a drawer, took out a 20, and handed it to me. Mollified, I couldn't think of anything to say other than, hey, thanks. Back upstairs in the kitchen, though, I had misgivings, which I shared with my criminal defense lawyer husband, Don Samuel. I'm not positive, but I think I just sold our 14-year-old son pornography. That's not good, Donnie said. To which I replied, I feel like his pimp. Of course we tried parental controls on the television. Parental controls should have the subtitle, "Ask your kids to show you how to install these things." The only parental controls we ever successfully set up on a television blocked nothing the children wanted to view, but resulted in our being unable to watch the Jim Lehrer NewsHour on that set ever again. Thus, it should not have been an enormous surprise when, on a Sunday afternoon in August, another cable TV bill arrived, this one charging $120 for unsanctioned pay-per-view purchases through the cable box in the basement of XXX-rated movies involving variously lingerie, lesbians, Las Vegas, and no doubt the Kama Sutra, and perhaps even Virginia. This time I was really mad. We'd had the excruciating and one-sided discussions about relationships, true intimacy, and respect for women. I'd held these conversations, or monologues, with our daughters, and I'd held them with our sons because my husband, defender of the criminally charged, is incapable of allowing such delicate topics to cross his pure lips. I touched upon the importance of respect in the approach to intimacy and marital happiness. The night I sat on the edge of Saul's bed to broach the subject, he fell straight back onto his pillow as if he'd been shot, and then reached out and pulled the bedspread up and over his face, returning to reappear until the next morning. On the afternoon that the pay-per-view bill arrived, the 4 younger boys and their friends were lounging around the kitchen table, eating cold cereal and popsicles. I need to talk to the Samuel boys right now, I announced, the bill shaking in my grip as if I had just grabbed a live duck out of the air. The boys' friends evacuated. Our daughter Helen peeked in, wondering if she were needed. I said, the Samuel boys, I roared. Helen fled. I smashed the fluttering bill flat onto the table. $120, who's going to pay for this? Daniel and Joseph immediately lost all English-speaking ability. Saul put up both hands in self-defense and shook his head no. He glanced around himself with a shocked and concerned expression, as if startled to find himself in such low company. Jesse, our son from Bulgaria, sighed, coolly raised one finger, as if signaling a waiter to bring the check. It was me, he said. Really, I said, stunned at the rapidity of the confession. All the movies, you? Yep. Jesse, that is a ton of money. He tissed sadly in regret at his own behavior and said, I know. He shook his head as if to say, what am I going to do with myself? Get your allowance book, I snapped. He handed over the account register while his 3 brothers watched expressionlessly. This will take you until December to pay back. You have no spending money until December. Okay, Mom. Can we go? Saul asked, eager to put distance between himself and this distasteful subject. Go! I waved the others away. In a moment, Saul was back. For the second time in a 3-month period, he was removing a $20 bill from his wallet and handed it to me. "What's this for?" I asked. "To help Jesse." "Really?" I said. I was touched. "Here, Mom," said Daniel, having regained a few words of English. "Help Jesse." He gave me a 10. Yosef then produced $40. "Yosef, sweetheart, you don't have to do this." He shrugged modestly as I kissed him. "Jess, oh my gosh, you have such nice brothers," I said. "You'll be able to pay off the rest of your bill easily." With a lump in my throat and tears in my eyes from these fraternal kindnesses, I made my way to the front room, where Donnie reclined in his overstuffed chair reading his law books. "You will not believe what just happened. We have incredibly sweet boys." I told him the whole story about the money donated to Jesse's case without anyone even asking for it. Donnie glanced up from the 11th Circuit Criminal Handbook, said, "They watch the movies too," and returned to his reading. Why? Why am I such an idiot? I've been raising children for decades, and this insight would never have occurred to me. The next day, I found Jesse eating a bowl of Fruit Loops alone in the kitchen. "Jess," I said, "these movies, did any of the other boys watch them?" "Mom, are you kidding me? I didn't watch any of them. Did you see the times those movies were ordered? 5 in the morning? They watch them before school. I don't get up that early." It was true. The 3 former goat herds were up at dawn every day. I sputtered to reply, "Well, why did you say it was you?" "Did you see their faces? They were terrified," he said, and returned to his Fruit Loops. When I relayed this news to Donnie, he laughed and said, "They must have been thinking, Jesse's always in trouble. Jesse can take the heat." Still true. I'm a sucker for sibling solidarity. To celebrate Jesse's having paid off his bill and the spirit of fraternity that helped him do it, I took the kids to a movie. I took the 6 youngest males and females to the Disney Pixar animated movie, WALL-E. "Thanks, Mom. That was really fun, Mom," everyone said when we got home from our big night out. Lily and Helen headed upstairs to their bedrooms, and the 4 younger boys ran for the basement stairs. That's the end. All right. Now what? Should we do dinner now?
We have about 15 minutes until we're scheduled for discussion sheet. That doesn't mean we're ready for us. We can't go in early.
So I'll go to 8:10. Is that all right? And then he'll go to 8:35 or 8:40. Okay.
There are three presenters at 8:30, so I do want to give them a couple of time, but that's okay if it's like if we're running 5 minutes late. It's not. Sorry.
Right. Okay.
And I want to give you guys your as well. Okay. I'd like to present Don Samuels.
What an introduction. That was really something. There'll probably be more people coming in. You could just leave them at the back or something. I'm almost done, Jake. All right, I'm Don Samuel, and I practice, as Melissa explained, I practice criminal law. For those of you who were here before dinner and heard her speech, there's no pornography in my speech. The rest of you have no idea what I'm talking about, but this is going to be G-rated completely until I start talking about Trump and Linwood and Sidney Powell and all. So I am going to talk about what's been going on in Georgia basically since about 2018, 2019. It didn't all begin with the 2020 election. In fact, in 2019, it really began not with the people claiming that the elections were rigged or stolen, but people who were complaining about that the voter suppression, which of course is the liberal view of what goes wrong with elections. The liberals, Democrat Stacey Abrams, complained about voter suppression because of the impediments to voter ID laws, the impediments created by absentee ballot, various requirements for absentee ballot. So really the beginning of what I'm going to talk about is really before Trump. It's before the 2020 election and before the efforts to call the entire election, rigged and stolen. Of course, Trump claimed that about 2016 before the election. He was anticipating losing and was talking about how the election's going to be stolen and it's going to be all rife with fraud. And then when he won the election, of course, his view at that point was the election was perfect. So the original cases that were brought by, and I say the ACLU groups, were challenging the absentee ballot verifications, the signature requirements, the requirement that a signature perfectly match the application, the ballot that gets turned in. And Democrats tend to vote much more often by absentee ballot than Republicans. So the problems with absentee ballots were viewed by ACLU lawyers as being something that hurt the Democrats. So they filed lawsuits challenging these requirements long before the 2020 election. It was actually filed 2017, 2018 lawsuits were filed. Those lawsuits remained pending for years. They're very, very slow-moving cases. Many of them were brought before a judge in federal district court, Judge Stephen Jones. And he's very methodical, and you'll have an argument one day, and 6 months later you'll get a decision. But the problem with absentee ballots was really the core problem. In a typical primary, they expect about 1,000 absentee ballots in Fulton County. Most of my litigation that I was involved in was Fulton County, but in Fulton County they expected about 1,000 absentee ballots. So the real fight was over. Presumably, the majority were going to be Democrat and making sure all 1,000 ballots were counted. And that's what was driving these lawsuits back in 17, 18, 19. There were also, there's litigation about where the drop boxes were supposed to be placed, how many days of early voting there would be. All of these lawsuits were ACLU lawsuits. They were all, again, what I would call the liberal side lawsuits. I'm not going to pick sides today because I don't know how many of you are Republicans or Democrats. I'm just going to try to explain as fair as I can what the different litigation was about. The solution to the absentee ballot problems came on March 7th, 2020. Think about March 7th, 2020. That was the old world, you remember? That was before. And the solution was that all absentee ballots statewide were not going to have this rigid requirement of perfect matches. In fact, if a registrar, someone in the registrar's office, thought that a ballot that had been turned in didn't match, it had to go to a vote right away, right there in the registrar's office. 3 professionals had to look and see if the signatures matched. And only if 2 out of 3 said it didn't would it be tentatively rejected. And then, as part of this settlement, within 24 hours, the registrar had to call the voter and say, there's something wrong with your absentee ballot, you need to get down here. And if the absentee ballot was received within 11 days of the election, it was even quicker. So there was this enormous push to get these absentee ballots in. March 7th, 2020. What are we expecting? 1,000 absentee ballots in Fulton County. 13 days later, the pandemic hits. If I can fast forward a little bit, instead of having 1,000 absentee ballots just in Fulton County, anybody want to take a guess? 160,000 absentee ballots show up, all subject to these new requirements, which are just impossible for the Fulton County Board. It's called the BRE, the Board of Registration Elections. Suddenly, 13 days after this settlement is reached, they're told instead of having 1,000 absentee ballots, you're going to have to compare signatures 160,000. Virtually impossible. So now we get to the June primary. Everybody remembers the June 2020 primary. It was a disaster, right? It was terrible. It was the long lines, the heat, everything went wrong in the June 2020 primary. It's the primary. And the result of that disaster was that the state election board, Raffensperger is the chairman of the state election board as the Secretary of State. There's a majority of Republicans, decides they're going to sue Fulton County because of the miserable job they did in the June primary. Long lines, polling booths were closed. Nothing went right. It was clearly just the worst thing that had ever happened to Fulton County. Fulton County hires me to represent them in this case against the state election board and the Secretary of State. And the result of that case was, maybe some of you heard the name Ryan Germany. He was on that famous January 5th phone call with Raffensperger and Trump. He was the lawyer, Raffensperger's in-house lawyer who was on that call. He and I spent 1,000 hours together trying to figure out what went wrong in June and how are we going to improve it for the November election, which is obviously, the most important election. And we ended up crafting a consent order, but beforehand, I'll tell you a few things that we learned about the June primary. As I said, instead of 1,000 ballots, this office, which had 10 or 15 people working on absentee ballots, ends up with 160,000 absentee ballots because the state passed a law that the General Assembly approved ballots. Everybody gets absentee ballots. Everybody gets absentee ballots. And so just the sheer number made it impossible. Nobody can handle 160 times more than what you're expecting. And the head of the absentee ballots in the BRE, the Board of Registration Election, dies of COVID. The leader of the absentee. The number 2 person is hospitalized for 2 weeks with COVID. That's just the beginning. You've heard about the long lines. There were originally, I have here the numbers here, but I'm just going to give you a rough estimate. There were originally about 150 polling places in Fulton County, all pre-cleared, all handled, everybody's ready to go. All the senior citizens who are poll watchers and help you get in the door and, sign you in and everything. Everything's ready to go. COVID. Nobody shows up. The senior citizens won't come out in June of 2020. They're all volunteers. Why would they come? They'd be insane to come. The largest polling place in Fulton County was Grady High School. Grady High School has, if I have the number correct, it's like I think it's 100,000 people vote. That's too high. That's too big a number. But it's a huge number of people voted Grady. It's the #1 precinct in the county. 50, 60, 70,000 people are registered to vote there. The election's on June, whatever the date was, June 10th or something. On June 5th, the principal of Grady High School calls the Board of Registration Elections and said, nah, we're closing the doors. Nobody can come. This is 5 days before the election. 5 days before the election, the largest precinct in the county closes down. One of many. Many closed. Many of the churches closed. Many of the schools closed. The churches closed. The community centers closed. Everything was closed down. So there's no precincts. Why do we have long lines? Because whatever it was, the 12 or 15 or 40,000 people supposed to go to Grady all had to go to the Park Tavern. Right? That's instead of Grady, they were all ushered across the street to Park Tavern. You all know Park Tavern. It's a restaurant. It doesn't have the rooms or the facilities that Grady High School had. Brand new voting machines. You've heard, of course, about the Dominion voting machines. Nobody can get trained on it because nobody's allowed because of social distancing. Nobody can come and get in-person training. So you have, again, all these senior citizens who were said, watch your Zoom, get on your laptop, get on Zoom. People didn't know what Zoom was in, March and April of, 2020. Get on Zoom, and you'll learn how to use these new machines. Nobody learned how to use it. Nobody had any in-person training. Perfect storm doesn't begin to capture what really happened here in June of 2020. And that's why June 2020 was such a disaster. And that's why we, the lawyers with whom I was working representing Fulton County, thought it was so unbelievably unfair for the state to sue Fulton County and said, it's all your fault, right? As we wrote in one of our briefs here, when the pandemic came, they closed the schools, they closed the churches, the General Assembly went home, the Secretary of State's office went home, the courts all closed, but the election officials kept at work. They weren't allowed to go home. The police, the firefighters, the hospital workers, and the election workers were the only ones who were told, you have to go to work every day. And then we get sued for, someone dies, someone else is hospitalized. It was outrageous. Fortunately, I didn't have many dealings with Raffensperger, spoke to him a few times, but his lawyer, Ryan Germany, was 100% sympathetic and agreed and said, you all were, this was on the record, he said, you all were heroic what Fulton County did to get through June. Now we have to figure out what are we going to do with November. And over the course of the next 3 or 4 months, we crafted what's known as a consent order. We all agreed that we would have X number of new people. We were going to do in-person training. We were going to learn how to use the voting machines. We were going to get places that guaranteed they wouldn't close, and hopefully COVID wouldn't get worse. And in fact, the November 2020 election in Fulton County, the front page, I told them, my goal when I was hired by the board, my goal is that in after the November 3rd, 2020 election, you're going to be in the front page of the newspaper, most improved, nationwide. It actually happened. It was actually on the front page of the New York Times that Fulton County, of course, because we voted Democrat, right? Because we became a blue state. So the New York Times is like, Fulton County saved the country, right? Because Fulton County clearly had the vast majority of any other county, much more than any other county of Democrat voters. So we tilted Georgia, Georgia tilted the country. I'm like waiting for my appointment to an ambassadorship, I kept calling Biden. I said, I'm the reason. I delivered Fulton County to you. Fulton County delivered Georgia. I'm still back doing DUIs again. So the election actually went very smoothly for Fulton County. And for most of Georgia, in fact. It was nobody's complained about long lines. There were no long lines. There were so many people voting absentee ballot, which of course we had the staff to handle by November, that there were no long lines because nobody was going to the polls. There were problems with the machines, but they were the same as every year. Someone forgot to plug it in, There's always problems, right? You got hundreds of thousands of people, millions of people voting in Georgia. So there's going to be problems, but nothing like the June primary. So the election goes forward on November 3rd, and everybody's as happy as can be that Fulton County, and I thought my job was over. And then, what's that? And then along comes Lynn Wood, Sidney Powell, and Rudy Giuliani, all come to Georgia. They bless us. Lynn Powell, of course, is from here. He's been a lawyer in Atlanta since longer I've been. I've been here 40 years. He was a lawyer before I was here. And, of course, the lawsuits are insane, to put it mildly. I don't think anybody would doubt that. Doesn't matter whether you're Republican or Democrat. The lawsuits they filed were completely idiotic. This is Lynn Wood's lawsuit. You know what he's actually challenging is the original settlement agreement from the year before, where Raffensperger changed the method by which signatures would be approved on absentee ballots. That's really the heart of his complaint. He, a voter, by the way, he doesn't live in Georgia, he lives in South Carolina. It turns out he was the only fraud anybody ever found. He couldn't have been a Fulton voter. He was living in South Carolina. Anyways, he files a lawsuit and he says that the settlement that was reached, you know, the Stacey Abrams ACLU lawsuit that changed the method of verifying signatures was illegal. It had to have been done by the General Assembly, not by the Secretary of State. Other than that, they're claiming that the Martians are coming and they were invading the Dominion voting machines and all kinds of craziness. The lawsuit is thrown out immediately. You know, federal court, when it has to, like with elections, with, you know, death penalty stuff, they are fast. That lawsuit was filed on the last week of November. It was decided December 5th by the Court of Appeals. Not only did it get through Judge Grimberg in the district court, it actually went to the 11th Circuit, and it was dismissed. So that got us through November and through the middle of December. And then there started a series of what I call private lawsuits. These are lawsuits just brought by individuals. We don't know who's doing their funding. We just don't know. And the funding, it seems to be coming out of a very conservative group in Texas. And these lawsuits are all filed against Fulton County. I mean, it is the punching bag for everybody is Fulton County. And the lawsuits are premised on some of the poll watchers. You know, there's always a half Democrat, half Republican poll watcher group. It has to be at least available to both. And there was a Republican poll watcher, I'm not going to name names, but she gave an affidavit saying, I was there, and there was, you know, not only did we count the votes on election day, but then we had a hand recount, and then we had what's known as a risk-limiting audit. There was an audit. There was actually 3 times that everything was counted in Fulton County. Nobody has ever found any fraud. But she says that she was sitting there watching the ballots being counted, and she actually opened up some of the boxes. She was actually a counter. She was doing tabulation. And she said there were stacks of these pristine ballots that weren't folded. Now, all absentee ballots basically have to be folded because they all have to come in an envelope. You can't take an absentee ballot and put it in the mailbox. It's got to be in the yellow envelope. I'm sure you all saw them. And she said these were never folded. You could tell there was no fold in them. Not only that, all the little circles where you fill in the name, they were identical. They're identical. They all have like a little bit of white space. So it wasn't done. She's talking about 200 ballots in this one box she opened up. And so it's clear that these were all done by a computer. They were all mass-produced, and they're all for Biden. They're all for Biden. So she does this affidavit, which then becomes the basis of all these private lawsuits that are filed. That claim, as well as there's other irregularities that various experts have found in the method by which the recounts were done. So these cases, there's 2 of them, we call them the Favorito Lawsuits. He's the lead plaintiff. He's not the one who signs that affidavit. And these lawsuits, these are just voters somewhere in the state of Georgia. The first one had 7 voters, just said they were deprived of the right to have their vote counted as it should have been counted, although it was counted, because in Fulton County they had a bunch of counterfeit ballots. And that dilutes my vote. Right? Mathematically, you could probably figure that out, right? If I only get 1 vote, but Biden gets 2, 1 from a real voter and 1 counterfeit, my vote only counts half as much as the Biden votes. But these people aren't even from Fulton County. Half of them, 4 out of 7 were not even from Fulton County. They were from all over the state. They were a little bit Looney Tunes, and I'm not passing judgment on their political affiliation, but they just claim we were deprived of our right to vote. And the argument, and they sued Fulton County. And they sued the individual members of the Board of Elections as if we, the board, my clients, personally put in the counterfeit ballots. You know, I mean, there was no sense to it at all. And what the relief they wanted, what they wanted the judge to do was let them do a recount. They had their own expert. And they said, we want him to do a recount of the 160,000 absentee ballots. And then we want you to start firing people in Fulton County. This is the Favorito asking the judge. And then we want you to supervise the 2021 and 2022 election. Ultimately, the judge says this is completely ridiculous and dismisses the lawsuit. That case gets appealed, the dismissal, and I argued that in the Court of Appeals about a month ago, 6 weeks ago. So we're still waiting for a decision. It's clearly going to, it will be dismissed. The second Favorito lawsuit only had fewer people, and that too, most of them were not from Fulton County. One of them was from Elbert County, and the other one was from some other county. Same thing. And they used the same affidavit from that same woman who said, I watched them open the ballots. They were all Biden voters, and they were all pristine. They weren't folded, and they all had the same bubble filled in, erroneously. So the judge, with regarding that lawsuit, said, is the GBI investigating this? So we go to the Attorney General's office. The Attorney General says, of course the GBI investigated this. The first time she made that complaint, which was with Lynn Wood back in December, the GBI went and interviewed her, okay? And they said, what, because she actually remembers the box number. It was box 235. So they went and they got box 235, and they showed her the ballots. It's nothing like what she said. She said, okay, well, maybe it was some other box. There's 160,000 ballots. Now we're trying to figure out which box was she talking about. And she admits that she was just erroneous about that. The judge heard that and said, that's it, case dismissed. Dismisses that case. That gets appealed, and we argued that, believe it or not, 3 days ago on Wednesday. So both those cases are in the Court of Appeals and awaiting a decision. Meanwhile, the problem is that these judges are saying that these voters just don't have the right to be what we call private attorneys general. We have the GBI investigated, no fraud. We had the Secretary of State's office investigating, no fraud. The United States Attorney's Office investigated, no fraud. Everybody who's investigated has found no fraud with Fulton County, or for that matter, the state of Georgia. 9 people can't file a lawsuit and say, we're going to hijack the whole system and we're going to try to figure it out. And the judge said, you don't have what lawyers refer to as standing. You can't file a lawsuit. Okay? If you could file a lawsuit, someone from Anchorage, Alaska could file a lawsuit and say the people in Georgia got more votes than we got because they got all these counterfeit votes to join them. And so he said, you got to have a candidate. A candidate can complain. Bush v. Gore. That's a legitimate lawsuit, right? But you couldn't do it here. So what do you think the next lawsuit is? Purdue. Same lawyers, same outfit funding it. Now Purdue is the plaintiff. It's the exact same lawsuit. Not only that, they used the same affidavit from the same crazy woman talking about the ballots. And this time we found out what she was talking about. What happened was when they were counting the ballots, they were given these boxes. And the counters were told, you have to count how many are for Trump and how many are for Biden. Most of the boxes have 200, they're called batches, of 200 ballots. Okay? And you have to count very carefully how many Trumps, how many Bidens. So what they would do is they would take them out, Biden, Trump, Biden, Trump, Biden, Biden, Trump. And so they were splitting them up. And then when they were done counting, they would put it on the tabulation sheet, and then they'd put them all together and put them on top. And she had seen the first 150 were all Biden. So she thought the whole thing was a fraud. That's just the way they were stacked back in the boxes. That's all it was, because the people had separated them in order to count them and then put them back in the box. So you'll see, if it's a batch of 100, you'll see 110 Bidens and then 90 Trumps. And as far as there being no fold, that's because many of the ballots that were mailed in couldn't be read because they were folded too much, or people had spilled their coffee on it, or whatever. So they're automatically, what the people do in the election office is they scan them in. That becomes the new ballot. It's done very carefully, but they're not folded. So those are the actual ballots that are filled out by someone, but it's actually a copy, which has never been folded. So that explains the absence of folds. And the bubble thing, none of that was true. She never could find what box she was referring to. So now we got the Purdue lawsuit, same affidavit, and maybe you read in the AJC about a month ago, Judge McBurney throws that case out. Judge McBurney is now I think, very smart judge. I wasn't sure until his decision came out. He's Harvard educated, worked for the McKinsey Group, and he said, among other things, this is from his order from middle of May, petitioners, that's Purdue and his cohorts, are left only with speculation, conjecture, and paranoia, sufficient fodder for talk shows, op-ed pieces, and social media platforms, but far short of what would legally justify a court taking such action. That's a real spanking, you know? I mean, judges don't usually talk about parties, you know, that they're idiots. And then since they're looking back at 2020, Purdue hadn't lost the election when this decision came out. When he's looking back at 2020, he says their remaining requests for relief, they cannot have. They're supported by nothing but sour grapes, which make a wine this court will not serve. And that was the end of the order of the Purdue case. So those are the private cases. All three of them are now in the Court of Appeals. They're all going to be decided by the Court of Appeals. There's zero possible. I could go in there and speak Greek, and I think the Court of Appeals will rule in our favor. So that leaves me with about 3 minutes and the grand jury. Fanny Willis is I'm sure you've all been reading about her because she likes to be on TV a lot. And I've known her she came here about 18 or 20 years ago. I think she's from Baltimore. She was an ADA under Paul Howard for many, many years. I think very highly of her. She was very smart, very aggressive at first, and then later became very mature and became a supervisor. She was very sophisticated, very compassionate with, my clients. A lot of DAs are just mean-spirited. She was not. She's always looking for drug treatment and stuff like that. She was really a top-notch DA, in my opinion. She then became a politician, right, about 2 years ago, and ran for office. I don't think quite so highly of her now, for what it's worth. I know she's a good lawyer, and I know she's would be a great DA, but I think she's more of a politician than a lawyer now, which concerns me. I prefer the kind of the U.S. attorney style, where just get your work done. Just get the work done, prosecute the person. You don't have to be on TV every night. Of course, U.S. attorneys don't have to run for office. She has to run for office, so she has to be a politician. I'm involved in the grand jury. At this point, I represent the General Assembly for the grand jury. They're issuing subpoenas to people. They haven't actually issued them, but they're about to start issuing subpoenas. Raffensperger testified a couple days ago. So that's kind of a work in progress. I can't tell you what I think is going to happen. I can tell you what I think is going to happen. I think she's going to indict Trump. I think if you had asked me 6 months ago, I would have said there's not a chance in the world that we have the time, the money, the resources to take on a case like that down here. I think that it's a great thing for a U.S. Attorney's Office to do, a great thing for the Department of Justice to do. We are so far behind. There are so many people languishing in the Fulton County Jail, waiting for their cases to be heard. I just think it is just nuts to say, I'm going to prosecute the former President of the United States here in Fulton County. I mean, can you imagine what downtown is going to be like? Can you imagine what Pryor Street and Forsyth Street and MLK, nobody's going to be able to go downtown. There's going to be picketing and parades and ticker tape and this and that. And in the end, to me, it's going to look like the impeachment. You're going to get 6 Democrats on the jury, you're going to get 6 Republicans on the jury, and there's going to be a hung jury. That's a guess. I don't know. Maybe the evidence is overwhelming against him. Maybe it's not. I'm probably one of the very few Democrats who just says, just let it go. Just vote him out of office if you don't like him. Why put him back on a pedestal? Why give him, the right to give speeches every 5 minutes? And I just can't picture him sitting in a Fulton County courtroom, I mean, Melissa said, is he going to run down and get coffee during breaks or something? You know, is he going to go to the Fulton County Jail to post bail? What's the Secret Service going to do about that? Okay, I have used up my time.
Thanks, Don. That was amazing. Appreciate it. Hello, everybody. My name is Adam Cole. I've been a member here probably for 25 years. I've been here less often recently than I'd like to have been, but it's nice to be back and to see you all. Thanks for coming out. I am going to be giving a talk about following the rules. Judaism is kind of unique as religions go. Well, maybe not unique, but I should say that it's unique. It's not unique, but Judaism is about following the rules. We separate out what kind of Jew we are from how many rules we follow, essentially. And I am professionally a musician and a music teacher, so I live in a very non-Jewish world. And for me, following the rules is tricky. I can't just live in a Jewish community and follow as many rules as I would like. I really have to be thinking all the time about when do I follow the rules, when do I break them. I am not a Talmudic scholar. I am not a biblical scholar. I'm the guy that, when they're reading the Torah, reads the little print at the bottom of the red book because I'm interested. And so when I was offered a chance to do some Torah study, I decided I'd geek out on following the rules and seeing what I could learn. I have one handout. If you're interested in my handout, it's on my website. So you can get this at any time, acole.net, and then you can go to Other Works by Adam, separated by little dashes, and then there's a Shavuot handout on the bottom. So you can check out all my sources, and you can tell me. If I misspeak, you're welcome to let me know. If I say somebody's name wrong or I get a fact wrong, you can let me know. We're going to break this up, and I'm going to try to go as quick as I can. We're first going to talk about the expression, we will do and we will hear. Then we're going to talk about the expression, strive with God. These are all biblical things that relate to us following rules. Then we're going to talk about the concept of building a fence and why we do it. Then we're going to discuss a hard question. And then at the end, we're going to talk about the Torah is not in heaven. And again, I'm going to try to go bang, bang, bang. But I do want to give you all a chance to talk to each other and to think and maybe talk back to me a little bit if I can. I want to start by asking you to please think about a time when you followed the rules or when you broke the rules, and when you either decided that you were glad you had followed them or sorry you had followed them, or you were glad you had broken them or you were sorry you had broken them. And I want you to find somebody next to you, and for 2 minutes, I want you to share a story, if you can, about a time you broke or followed the rules and what that was like for you. Go, 2 minutes. We're at about a minute, so if you haven't had a chance, switch. Okay, we're about 30 seconds left, so if you wrap it up. About 15 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Little trick I use with my kids when I teach elementary school. So raise your hand, please, if your story was about a time you followed the rules. Almost nobody. Oh, one person followed the rules. And were you glad you followed them, or were you sorry? And you were glad you followed them. Okay, raise your hand if you had a story about breaking the rules. Almost everyone. Okay, of you, how many were glad you broke the rules? Okay, about a third. How many were sorry you broke the rules? Nobody wants to admit it. Okay, cool. All right. So, as I said, Judaism is really about rules. We define ourselves in terms of which rules we will follow and how many. If you are Reformed, then there are far fewer rules you are interested in than if you are Orthodox. We started getting the Shavuot. This holiday is based on the passage from Exodus 24:7, in which we are all standing beneath Mount Sinai and we get the rules. And we respond as a people with a very interesting response. Na'aseh v'nishma, we will do and we will hear. Now that's kind of strange. How many times has someone come up to you and said, somebody, maybe your boss, and they said, I want you to do this, this is, you say, okay, I'll do it and I'll listen to you. No, you'd say, okay, I'm listening to you and I'm going to do it. So the fact that this is switched brings attention to it. This question of we will hear, it could be translated not hear, but listen. And that makes a little more sense. We will do and we will listen. Because listen could mean more than one thing. Hear is really kind of biological, but listen is more emotional. And so listen could be either I will listen to you, as in I will pay attention with my ears to you, or listen could be I will obey you. How many people think this idea of the Jews at Sinai, how many people think the Jews are saying, we will do this and we will listen to you, as in we will hear you? How many people think it's we will do this and we will obey you? That's more popular. Okay, the two, it's very different, because if one is saying we will do and we will listen, one is we will do because we want to do it. If we're just listening to you, we will do it and we will listen. We will do and then we will listen to what happens. We will pay attention. In a sense, listen can also be understand. We will do and then we will understand why we are doing. That's a very interesting, as opposed to we will do it and we will obey you. That's just we're going to do it because God said. We will do and we will understand. We will do, and by doing we will come to understand. Now, does it have to be one or the other? Maybe. It's something to think about. Be aware of that idea that by doing we come to understand. It's very interesting. I learned that Rashbam, a medieval commentator on the Torah, understood that when the Jews heard these rules, they understood that they were not going to be following only for now, but forever. Like, it wasn't just them who were following the rules. It was going to be all these generations after them, that they kind of understood that. So they were saying, whatever happens in our lives, whatever happens over the next, 50,000 generations, we're going to follow these rules. There is another relationship in which we make a vow and we agree that no matter what's going to happen, we're going to keep the vow. Does anybody know what that relationship is? Marriage, right, which I found very interesting. In a sense, this is a kind of a marriage. And in marriage, we, of course, divorces are possible, and so are people leaving the faith. But we make a commitment. It's not just blind faith to our marriage. We say, I'm going to roll with it. I'm going to go where you go. We're going to work this stuff out. So as you think about your relationship to the laws, think about it as a kind of a marriage and working it out. There's also another commentator who claims that the Jews were threatened at the bottom. Like the idea, because they were all at the bottom, the lowest point of Mount Sinai, God didn't just say, here are the rules. God said, if you don't follow the rules, I'm going to drop this mountain on you. And he said something very interesting. He said that if that's the case, then the Jews were compelled to follow those rules. And it's not legally binding. You don't have to do it. What an interesting idea. What if you could just say, hey, you know what? That's not a fair thing to do, God. I don't have to follow the rules at all. What would you do? Would you follow them? If a rabbi you believed was the authority told you didn't have to follow them anymore, what would you do? Would you still follow those rules? You don't have to answer. Just something to think about, So that's following the rules because we have to. That's the Jews being obedient. Now there's another thing which is called strive with God. The word Israel is sometimes translated as strive with God. I did not know this, but the word Israel is not a word per se. Israel is a conglomeration of words. The story in Genesis 32:28 in which Jacob wrestles with the angel. Are you all familiar with this story? Yeah, it's a very famous story. And in the end, the angel tells Jacob, you're not going to be Jacob anymore. You will be Israel because Sarita im Elohim. Sarita, so the Sa is the Yisrael, and the Elohim is the El. Yisrael comes from Sarita im Elohim. It's pieces of those three words put together. Now, strive with God has two meanings. What's one of them, to strive with God? Well, one of the meanings is that God and I are going to strive together. I strive with God. We work together. We strive together. Whatever God wants, we're going to do it together. But there's another meaning for strive with God. What is that? Wrestle, right? Strive against. God, I don't believe that. I don't like that. I'm striving with God. Now, there's only one problem with my argument, which is what? It's in English, right? And who cares what strive means? It's a translation. So let's go to the original. I'm sure that if we go to the Hebrew, it'll be much clearer. Sarita, the root is sarah, and here are the translations of the root sarah. To dwell, to rest, to reside, to struggle, to contend, to defeat, to conquer, to rule, to prevail, to dominate, to have control over, to reign, regulate, control, strengthen, persist, persevere, free, release, loosen, send forth, act, make a prince, serve, minister, and wait on. No problem. Oh, it also could be sharita, not sarita. To soak, steep, immerse in water, dip, saturate, drench, dissolve, permit, allow, save, extricate. So this is open to interpretation, what sarita means. It could mean lots of things. It's very troublesome that the word Israel is not clear. But it puts a responsibility on us to think about, what do we mean when we say we strive with God? Okay, so building a fence. This is, again, it came out of Deuteronomy 4:2. You shall not add to the word that I command you, neither shall you subtract from it. What a setup. Boy, that's a problem, right? We know for a fact we cannot do everything. Some of the things we're asked to do have to do with the temple, and it's gone. We absolutely cannot follow every rule, not even if we wanted to. Where does that leave us? What are we supposed to do with that? So, obviously the sages, in the 11th century and 12th century and even in the 1st and 2nd century knew that was a problem, and they wanted to make sure they followed as many laws as possible. So they took this passage, it's called a chumrah, a fence. They took this passage, Deuteronomy 22:8, and it states that when one builds a house, if you have a fence, a roof on the house, you have to build a fence around the roof, okay? That way if somebody is on your roof, they won't fall off. And they said, okay, this clearly means that we need to build a fence around the law. Well, it's quite a jump. I kind of think the rabbis maybe wanted to build a fence around the law, and they found something in Deuteronomy to justify it. But, okay, so that's fine. So you build a fence around this roof. You build a fence around the law, okay? That way you have laws, and you add a little extra law around the law so that you don't accidentally transgress. Right? And one of the, famous ones we're all familiar with is like on Passover, what foods you can eat and you can't eat. And some people have added foods to this so that you don't accidentally eat the wrong food. Like, well, we're not going to eat corn and we're not going to eat rice either because, they kind of look like grain. And so this is problematical, right? What is the fence? Is the fence the law? Is the fence not the law? There's something missing from the concept of a fence that is important, I think. Why is the fence built around the roof? Is it to protect the roof? No, it's to protect a stranger who comes to your house and doesn't want to fall off. So there's a sense that's lost about this building a fence, which is that it's not there to protect the law. It's there to protect us from falling off the law. And that isn't just to prevent us from, breaking the law. God is God. If we break the law or don't break the law, God remains God. It's to prevent us from hurting ourselves with the law. That's essential. So the sages, I was surprised, but I found a book, lots of resources, but one book in particular talking about the law. Here's one of the dangers of adding to the law. It begins with Adam and Eve. Eve is questioned by the serpent, and the serpent says, why aren't you eating that tree? Why don't you eat the fruit from that tree? And Eve says, well, we were told we're not supposed to eat or touch that tree. Okay, now the problem is God didn't say you can't touch the tree. God said you can't eat from the tree. But Eve says you can't eat or touch. And the serpent is very clever and uses that and say, well, did God actually say you can't touch the tree? And Eve's like, well, no. And so the serpent uses that addition, which is supposedly supposed to protect the tree from harm, uses that as a way in. And then Eve goes and says, well, if he didn't say you can't touch the tree, maybe you're not clear on whether you should eat. So from the very beginning, Genesis, first book, you can see that adding to the law can be problematical. There's a famous story about Gedaliah ben Achikam, who was so into the law that he didn't want to, he didn't want to harm someone's reputation. So when he was told someone was going to assassinate him, he didn't believe it. He didn't want to believe anything bad about anyone because that was his interpretation of the law. And he got assassinated. He was killed. So these are real-life consequences of taking the law so much to heart that you add more than you should. And the sages were all over this. I found a book, and the book is in my handout. And the book is, I'm going to just tell you who wrote it, just in case you're curious here. It's by Hershey Friedman, The Risks and Dangers of Humorous, A Guide to the Sources. It took me about an hour to read. He talks about everything. The sages were constantly arguing about the law and whether you should add or subtract. So one of the things they came up with is that when to be lenient and when to be strict. And they said that, okay, if it's from the Torah, be strict. But if it's from the rabbis, you should be lenient. So if the rabbis came up with this stuff, if you're doing it because we said it, you err on the side of leniency. But if you're going to the Torah, then you need to be strict. And that helps some. There were other things as well. The sages talk about the house of Shammai and the house of Hillel, and which one should you follow? Supposing you don't like Hillel because it's too lenient, should you follow Shammai? He's much more strict. And they say, well, here's what you can do. You can either follow Hillel or Shammai, but don't just take all the lenient stuff from Shammai and the lenient stuff from Hillel and do that. Don't just take all the strict stuff from Hillel and the strict stuff from Shammai. Pick one and do it. So even though Hillel is the one we follow, they were thinking about that. So I want to talk about, here's one hard question. And I want you to think about this, and maybe we can talk about it a little. I know I'm running out of time. We know that we aren't supposed to light a fire on Shabbat. Well, we build a fence around that, and we say you shouldn't put out a fire on Shabbat. Because if you put it out, you might be tempted to light it again. Now, this is a fence. I don't think there's anything in the Torah that says you can't put out a fire on Shabbat. But they built this fence around the law to protect us. So if there's an uncontrolled fire in your home, the law says you got to let it burn on Shabbat. All right? So the question is, would you do that? Now, that's if there's no danger to life. Please misunderstand. If there's danger to life, of course, that supersedes everything. But let's say you got a fire burning in your house and, you didn't start it, and you can get everybody out of there, but, you may not be able to save your house. Should you put that fire out? And why don't you take 1 minute to think and talk about that? What would you do? "30 seconds. Now, I wish we had a chance to really discuss this in a small setting, and I'm sorry we don't. But again, you're encouraged to continue these discussions outside of this. I want to talk a little bit about what Maimonides said. Maimonides said no. No, you can't put the fire out unless there's an obvious and immediate danger to life. He said you can block the fire with water. You can get big vessels of water and block it. He said you can even hint to your non-Jewish friends that they will not lose out if they fight the fire. You can't actually tell them you're going to pay them to put it out. You can't even ask them to put it out, but you can hint to them, if you put this out, you won't lose by it. Okay, but that's, not very helpful, but that's what he said. You can't put that fire out no matter what, even if it's going to burn your house down. So I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the reasons why you might want to let that fire burn, and some of the reasons why you might not want to let that fire burn. And hopefully these will surprise you a little bit. First of all, think about it. Putting out that fire might endanger your life. You might be tempted to put out a runaway fire that could hurt you or kill you. This is a common thing in the law where, you think no big deal if I break this rule, but it takes you down a path that actually brings you into more jeopardy. So, you can make this analogy. Okay, my house is burning. Is it burning enough that it's going to endanger me? Can I run in and get my favorite book? Yes. No. You're not qualified to make that decision. Stay out of your house. It's a fire. Don't run in and get something. But if the fire is small enough, and this is what we do in life all the time, we have to make this decision. Is there a danger, if I break this rule? We have the law to just tell us, don't risk it. The law has been around for 2,000 years, 3,000 years. Just trust the law and stay out. There's a reason to follow the law because there's wisdom in it, and you might gain from following that wisdom. But what if it's something much smaller? What if it's just what if you had company over at your house and you were showing them your ketubah, and your ketubah catches on fire, your marriage certificate, and you throw it in the sink. Are you going to put that out? It's beautiful. It's unique. It's going to hurt to lose that ketubah. But if you put it, and of course, if you put it out, who's gonna, there's no harm in that, right? Who's gonna die? No one. Should you let it burn? Well, let me posit this to you, that there is suffering in life, no matter whether you follow the laws or don't follow the laws. And choosing your suffering is a powerful thing to do. Letting that ketubah burn would hurt, but then you got to put it in perspective, right? Okay, so am I the kind of person that's going to break the law all the time? If I put this ketubah out, what's next? Oh, I put that ketubah out, maybe I can put... Then you're no longer in control. Then you're just going to your impulses, So maybe you should go ahead and let things be, let things go, because maybe the next time it'll be the house that's burning down, and you'll think about you put your ketubah out, and that was fine. You can put your house out. Again, it may lead you down a path that you don't want. There is something in a certain kind of deliberate suffering that is worthwhile because suffering is inevitable. And when we choose our suffering, it helps us better discern when to break those rules and when not to. When is it really important to break the rule? And when are you just breaking it because your show is on and you want to watch your show? It's amazingly difficult to do. All right, so there's why you might not want to put out the fire. Here's why you might want to put out the fire. Living conditions are not the same as when those laws were made. When Maimonides was making those rules, he was living in Egypt, I believe, in stone houses, and they didn't really burn down. The stuff inside them burned, but the house was still there. There was mostly just going to be a bunch of soot. It wasn't going to be a danger. No other houses were going to catch on fire. It was just going to be a fire in your home. He had no idea that in 500 years, people would be living in wood houses all stuck together, and if a fire catches your house on, it could burn your entire town down. He didn't account for that. You have a right to account for that. You can't just say, I'm going to do what Maimonides did, because you're not living in his time. If he was living in 1500 in the Netherlands, he would have come up with different rules or different ways to do it. Not putting out that fire goes beyond you. It may endanger your entire town. And this could not only kill people, but even more, it might have an effect of making Jewish people scapegoats. The Jews didn't put out that fire. All they had to do was put out that stupid fire, and then our entire town wouldn't have gone. So not only are people dead, then, this happened in the pandemic when, certain people chose not to take precautions, and the Jews We're scapegoated for that. So these are very real situations we have to take into consideration. So you might want to put out that fire. If this troubles you, that there's no easy answer to this, that I didn't come up here and tell you when to follow the rules and when not to, I want to share one last story, and it's called The Torah is Not in Heaven. How many of you are familiar with this Oven of Aknai, Torah is Not in Heaven story? Just a few of you. This is an amazing story. I love this story. So around 1st or 2nd century, Rabbi Eliezer is having an argument with a bunch of other rabbis. They bring this oven in, and they're trying to decide whether this oven is ritually pure, right? And Eliezer says that the oven is pure. And the other rabbis are saying, no, it's not. And they argue, and they argue. And Eliezer says, look, he's tired of arguing with them. He says, if the halakha is in accordance with my opinion, this carob tree is going to prove it. And the carob tree gets up and moves away. The rabbis say, no, the carob tree has nothing to do with this. So Eliezer says, well, look, if my argument's correct, then the stream will prove it. And the stream changes direction. And the rabbis say, the stream has nothing to do with this. Finally, Rabbi Eliezer says, well, the walls of this place will prove it. The walls start to crumble in because Eliezer's right. And then one of the rabbis scolds the walls and says, this has nothing to do with you. So the walls, they halfway stop. They stop crumbling, but they don't go back. Out of respect for Rabbi Eliezer, they don't go back where they were. They kind of stay like that. Rabbi Eliezer's had it. He said, look, if I'm right, heaven will prove it. And a voice from heaven comes down and says, why are you arguing with Rabbi Eliezer? He's right. And the rabbis say, the Torah is not in heaven. And apparently God responds to this privately by laughing and saying, my children have defeated me. So God's very pleased. The point of this, by the way, this story goes on and on. It's much more interesting than this, and I encourage you to look. There's a whole second section. But the point being, the Torah is not in heaven. This debate was to establish that we're not a mystical religion. We're not a mystical sect. Decisions in Judaism are not made by, mystical, no matter how convincing they are. They're made by arguments and discussions. So you have to get in there and strive with God. You are expected to. And the answers may change over time. So not only, should we not expect the rules to be laid out for us, we're not allowed to do that. You have to make decisions about the rules. I have to make a decision about what rules I'm going to follow in my life, and I have to ask other people what they do and get into it and really think about it. So be thoughtful in your approach to the rules, and don't let anybody make those decisions for you. Again, my handout with all my sources is online on my website at acol.net, and if you need to contact me to find out how you can find that, I'd be happy. Thank you for your attention. I really enjoyed it.
For our next slotted time, we have 3 different options, and we're going to move quickly into them. We have Andy's session in Goldstein. We have Esther's session in Chapel, and Spencer's session in Zimmerman. Is Andy here? You might already be getting set up. Esther, would you like to quickly give us a 10-second intro?
Hi. So last session is going to be a lot more informal, more discussion-based, and in a smaller space. And I am looking to share my love and enthusiasm for some of the sort of more metaphorical, mystical, or imaginary creatures that pop up in the Talmud. Some of my favorite things, reading this new Audit, and all of a sudden you're reading about someone's conversation with the angel of death, or some bizarre technicolor metaphorical animal that does really weird, profound stuff. So that's what I want to talk about.
And Spencer, want to give a quick intro?
Sure. So we'll also be relatively discussion-based. Build off of some of the discussion here around laws, but more looking at custom and history and meaning around the period that we just passed through, jumping owner. And we'll start with why the beard and why growing the hair, but sort of dive deeper into some of those customs.
Great. And then we'll see everyone at about 9:05-ish back in Goldstein. going to do it quick because I know we're behind schedule. So that's okay. Luckily, I'm teaching the last session. I think we should just get started, eh? All right. We are on page 28. We rise for Baruch Hu. Baruch Hu et Adonai HaMevorach. Baruch Adonai HaMorach Le'olam Va'ed. Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu Melech Haolam Asher B'Vara Mari V'Aravim B'Chokhmah Potech She'arim Umavir Yom Umevi Laila Umavdil Ben Yom Uben Laila Adonai Tzavot Shemo El Chai V'Kayam Tamidim Loch Aleinu Le'olam Va'ed. Baruch Atah Adonai Hamari V'Aravim Avat Olam Beit Yisrael Amcha Ve'avat Chal Tasir Mimenu Le'olamim. Baruch Atah Adonai Ohev Amo Yisrael. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Ve'ahavta Adonai Elohecha v'chol. Adonai Elohechem emet emet be'emunah kol zot v'kayam aleinu ki hu Adonai Eloheinu en zulato ve'anachnu Yisrael ha'mo b'nei. Tochem l'chayru l'amar v'rafeihem v'etzonehem Umalchuto beratzon kiblu aleihem Moshe v'nei Yisrael echanu shira besimcha rabba ve'amru chulam Micha mocha ba'elim Adonai Micha mocha nedar ba'kodesh Nora teilot osef eleh Malchutecha ra'u banecha bokei hayam lifnei Moshe Ze'elianu ve'amru Adonai yimloch le'olam va'ed V'ne'emar ki fada Adonai et Yaakov ugalo miyad chazak mimenu Baruch atah Adonai gal Yisrael Hashkivenu Adonai Eloheinu l'shalom v'amidenu malkeinu l'chaim v'fros aleinu sukat shlomecha tzogenu etzetu b'mefanecha v'shienu l'man shemecha v'yagenu Ushmor tzeiteinu uvoinu l'chaim l'shalom etavei adolam ufros aleinu sukat shlomecha Baruch atah Adonai haporez sukat shalom aleinu ve'al kol amo Yisrael ve'al Yerushalayim. We rise page 34. Vayedaber Moshe et moadei Adonai el bnei Yisrael Yitgadal v'yikadash merabah Be'amad yivrach chirutei ve'amlich malchutei B'chayechon u'vyomechon u'v'chayei dechol Beit Yisrael Ba'alav izman kariv ve'imeru Amen Yehesh merabah mevorach Le'olam u'lomei almaya Yitbarach v'yishtabach, v'yitbar v'yitarman v'yitnaseh, v'yitadar v'yitaleh v'yitalal shemei dekudesha b'richu, le'elam min kol birchata v'shirata, tushbechata v'nechemata, namiram be'alma ve'imru, amen. We add the additions for Shavuot, Ya'aleh ve'yavo, in our Amidah. Huh? Yom Tov, Mariv. We add, V'todienu. Slicha, V'todienu, page 41. Gadal v'yikadash shemei rabbah, ve'amad yivrach yirteh, ve'amlich malchuteh, v'chayechon v'yimechon, v'chayerechol beit Yisrael, ba'agalau v'zman kari ve'imeru, amen, yehei shemei rabbah mevorach, le'olam olal me'al maya yitbarach, Yiparach v'yishtabach v'yitpa'ar v'yitzraman v'yitnaseh v'yitadar v'yitalev v'yitalal shemei dekudasha b'richu le'ela min kol berchata v'shirata tushbechata v'nechamata da'amiram be'alma ve'imeru Amen. Tikabel tzloton v'aton dechol Yisrael kadama v'hondi v'shmaya ve'imeru Amen. Yehi shlama rabba min shemaya v'chaim aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael ve'imeru Amen. Oseh shalom b'rumav hu ya'aseh shalom aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael ve'imeru Amen. So before we do Aleinu, we will light the Chag candles and do Havdalah and Kiddush. And so we have a special opportunity to do something which only happens sometimes when the stars align. We're able to do what's taught us in the Talmud. The acronym is called Yak Nahaz. And it is when Shabbat leads directly into Yom Tov. And so Yak Nahaz stands for Yayin, Kiddush, Ner, Havdalah, Zman. And so we'll be able to do it in that order. And first we're going to, since Shabbos is over, we're going to say the blessing over our Chag candles. And Shehechianu as well. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kiddushanu b'mitzvotav v'tzivanu lehadlik ner shel Yom Tov. Amen. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam shehechianu v'kiyamanu Vehigianu lazman hazeh. And then we say over these candles, Kiddush, which I have right here. Okay. Yeah. Kids are coming right now. Okay, we will wait for them. So we'll begin with Borei Pri Agafen over the wine, Yayin. So we'll get through the Yak Nahaz Yayin, and then we'll do Kiddush, which is blessing the day, the sanctity of the day. Then we'll do Ner, Borei Meorei Ha'esh. Then we'll do Havdalah, Bein Kodesh LeKodesh, instead of Bein Kodesh LeChol, between the holy and holy. And then we'll do Zman, which is Shehechianu again. So, no, but no, but there's like the whole brachot, a lot of them. So we'll do it.
Same brachot as normal.
No.
But it's the first part of the brachot.
There.
I got you. I got your back. But just Yanai in the middle.
Okay. Well, Yanai in the middle. Yalla. Okay. Yai na 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 yai na 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 yai na 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 yai na 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 yai na 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 yai na 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 yai na 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 yai na na Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam borei peri hagafen borei peri hagafen yai na 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 yai na 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 yai na 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 yai na 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 Yai nai ya nai 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 yai nai ya nai 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 yai nai 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 nai. A quick break from that tune. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu mikol am v'rumanu mikol hashon v'kiddeshanu b'mitzvotav v'atiten lanu Adonai Eloheinu b'ahava moadim lesimcha chagim uzmanim lesason et yom chag hashvuot hazeh zman matan toratenu mikra kodesh zecher litziat mitzrayim kivanu v'acharta ve'otanu kidashta mikol ha'amim Umoadei kodshecha besimcha uvsason inchaltanu Baruch atah Adonai mekadesh Yisrael vehazmanim. Yai-dai yada-da-da-dai-dai yai-dai yada-da-da-dai-dai yai-dai yada-da-da-dai-dai yada-da-dai. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam borei meorei ha'esh borei meorei ha'esh.
Amen.
Yai-dai yada-da-da-dai-dai yai-dai yada-da-da-dai-dai yai-dai yada-da-da-dai-dai yada-da-dai. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam hamavdil bein kodesh lechol bein or lechoshech bein Yisrael le'amim bein yom hashvi'i l'sheshet yamei hamaseh Ben Kedushat Shabbat Likdushat Yom Tov Hidalta V'et Yom Hashvi'i Misheshet Yemei Hamaseh Kidashta Hivdalta V'Kidashta Et Amcha Yisrael B'Kedushatcha Baruch Atah Adonai Hamavdil Ben Kodesh LeKodesh Ha! Yai nai 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 yai nai 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 yai nai ya da 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 ya da 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 yai da ya da 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 yai da ya da 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 yai da 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 yai da yai da da da. And last but not least is a shehechianu all together. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam shehechianu v'kiyamanu v'higianu lahazman. We conclude with Aleinu on page 51. Aleinu leshabeach ladon hakol latet gedula leotzer breshit shelo asanu kegoyei haratzot Velo samanu kemishpachot ha'adama shelo sam chelkenu kahem vegoralenu kechol hamonam ve'anachnu korim umishtachavim umodim lifnei melech malchei hamlachim hakadosh baruch hu shonu teshamayim v'yosed ha'aretz u'mashiv yekar b'shamayim u'ba'al shkinat ezav v'gafei meromim Kakatuv b'toratecha Adonai yimloch le'olam va'ed v'ne'emar v'haya Adonai le'melech al kol ha'aretz bayom ha'hu yiheh Adonai echad u'shemo echad. On this day, we commemorate the yard sites of Tova Bergman, Mr. Sanford M. Grossbart, Sheila Silverman, and Mrs. Ray Tepper. Yitkadal v'yitkadash shemei rabbah. Be'alma divra kirute ve'amlich malchute, b'chayechon uvyomechon uvchaye dechol beit Yisrael, ba'agala uvizman kariv ve'imru, amen. Yehe shmei rabba mevorach le'olam u'almei almaya. Yitbarach v'yishtabach v'yitpa'ar v'yitromam v'yitnaseh, v'yitadar v'yitaleh v'yitalal shmei dekudesha b'richu. Le'ela min kol birchata v'shirata, tushbechata v'nechemata da'amiran be'alma v'imru. Amen. Yehesh lama rabba min shemaya, v'chaim aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael v'imru. Amen. Oseh shalom b'mramav, hu ya'aseh shalom, aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael v'imru. Amen. Chag Sameach. Whew, we are behind schedule, but that's okay, because we have massaged it to make it all work. So, okay, so we have 3 wonderful sessions coming up. They will still be for 45 minutes. Sorry, Paul and Ariel, you guys are going to have to go a little bit later than scheduled. Oh, and Nancy too. Nancy, I'm sorry, you're going to have to go a little later than scheduled. So we have Sarah and Marshall are going to be here in the sanctuary. Baruch is going to be in the chapel, and Adam Klein is going to be in Zimmerman Hall. So Sarah and Marshall, there you guys are. Can you give a 10-second intro to your session?
10 seconds. We're going to talk about a tragic event that took place on August 12th, 1952, and then we're going to read a Yiddish children's story.
Thank you. Baruch, can you give us a 10-second intro?
Sure, I want to think with you about when you disagree with something you care about, how you work through that. We're going to start talking about Hillel Shammai, and then move into the principles of peaceful negotiation.
Thank you. And Adam.
Talking about Leonard Cohen and his time in the Sinai during the Yom Kippur War, praying for Israeli soldiers, what that meant for him, what that meant for the soldiers, what's happening in his life at the time, and how that affected his argument.
Great. Okay, we'll go until 10:35. Great.
Timek. It has multiple levels of meaning. It is a children's story, after all. But when these men and women were writing, they were writing stories that looked like children's stories, but they knew that it was for Yiddish speakers. And only Yiddish speakers would read them unless they were, for some reason, wanting to find out what the Yiddish literature was composed of. So what we'd like to do is read the story and think along as we read it with the idea that this children's story as a story that adults would read. And who would be the audience for this? And in Ditko's mind, who would he hope to touch by it, and in what way?
You're going to guess it, background information in a second. One of the things I'm going to say that's typical of Yiddish story writers that's different is it's really very realistic.
have a mic. No, this is where one more minute. Sam said he went to get him.
No, I'm going to start. I'll go right into it. Sit here. Growing grace.
Just waiting for Sam. What time we're supposed to start? 10:15.
Give or take 30.
Jewish time. All right, I guess we'll start.
Can you guys hear my guitar back there? No, that's so sad. You'll hold it to the guitar, I'll project. So on Shavuot, the children of Israel stand opposite Mount Sinai and hear that they are to be a holy people. And we've been spending the last 2,000 years figuring out what that means and what holiness itself means. Welcome. We've all had holy experiences, and we learn from those. And we also have all of these texts that help us figure that out and help guide us in living a holy life. And so we're going to dive into a lot of these ideas, but we're going to start with one text in particular. It's from Isaiah, and it's in your handout. Wait, is it? Do they have this? They have this. Okay, great. And I'm going to sing it to a tune that I wrote when I was 17 years old. And I invite you to just close your eyes and listen, or follow with the words if that is going to help you. But the intention of starting with this song is to get us in a place of not just thinking, but feeling, and so we can learn with our mind and with our heart tonight. In the year Melech Uziyahu died, I beheld Adonai seated on a high and lofty throne, and the skirts of her robe filled the temple. Seraphim stood in attendance on her. Each of them had 6 wings. With 2 they covered their faces, with 2 they covered their legs, and with 2 they would fly. And one would call to the other, "Holy,
earlier today because I was looking very clearly in the Bible, I was looking carefully. We have a lot of things like Shir Hamara, a song of ascension, the idea of elevation, ascension, making Aliyah, the idea of moving up. It's a very important idea in Jewish thought. So thank you. That's great. Yeah, we do.
I would say to me means something special.
cut out one of them, so like 20 minutes.
Oh, then yeah, for sure. You just, whatever you do.
acoustics in here. It works as like a concert hall in here. Yeah, those are sounds.
All right. We're doing it.
We're doing it, we're gonna make it.
Doing it.
Hot sodas in like 2 minutes.
So, Huck Smith. So I thought it'd be fun to just end the night with a few songs, 3 of which I learned in Israel, 1 of which I wrote in Israel.
And we have to guess which of them.
It's pretty obvious my name's on one. It's the back page. So in Israel, there's a really cool movement right now of like young folks reconnecting with their Sephardi and Mizrahi roots. And then the Ashkenazim in Israel are like trying to do this mix. They're trying to create a mix and trying to create what they're calling almost like Nusach Israel. And I found this just like amazing culture musically right now where young artists are like breathing new life into old PUT that they learned from their like parents and grandparents. And so we're going to learn 2 melodies that are Piyut is a poem. It's a poem. Piyut is a composed poem that has religious.
Right? I don't know. How do you direct it?
It's just a poem, but it has. It's like a Jewish poem.
There's a rich Mizrahi tradition of piyutim.
It's not just a poem, it's a Jewish.
It's a Jewish.
But when people say piyut in Israel, they're really calling out to the specifically Mizrahi musical tradition around piyutim, which are like, there's just a ton of different Mizrahi tunes and styles. There's tons of piyutim that you do like, Kippur or other holidays.
We're gonna learn one of those poems.
Yeah, especially on Kippur, there's so many piyutim. I think there's probably also around Tisha B'Av and other.
Are they necessarily acrostic or frequently?
No, this one's not. So we're going to learn 2 by an artist named Yagel Harouche. Yagel is Moroccan, and he recorded a few albums recently, and he's just breathing new life into these Moroccan reminiscent of Shir Hashiri, and it's a love song, right? So Etodim Kala Bo Regani. Like
Time of lovers.
yeah, the time of lovers is upon us, right? Like, I mean, Harcha HaGefen, the garden flowers, Henetz. I don't know what Henetz is. We can try it.
The time of belovedness.
Yeah.
It's here, my bride, come to my garden.
Yeah,
But then
my garden. Yep.
the
Kala
flowers of the
Hastav.
Geffen,
Oh, a Geffen is a
Blooming.
vine. Yeah. Vine.
the Parcha is vine, not
The
flower.
vine flowers.
No, parcha means it's blooming.
The blooming.
Parcha geffen.
Vine is flower.
And it's a blooming.
I don't know what Henetz means.
Pomegranate.
Well, Rimoni is my vine.
It's kind of dirty if you translate it too literally.
My
pomegranate is
My pomegranate, yeah.
red.
Probably like,
Sexual language.
I'll bet it's like the fruit, like, of, basically like what on a vine of flowers, what is juicy and delicious and arousing about a pomegranate.
Yes.
Just fill in the blank. Oh, do you say the meat?
Jewish history, the pomegranate is the emoji that means sex.
It's the eggplant.
It's the eggplant of Jewish tradition. So it's a beautiful song. It's about sexual love.
And it's almost all things you'll find in Shir Hashirim already, right?
Yes, absolutely. Yep. And then at the end it says Odi Veshkachet Tishkach Yemini. We know that from so yeah. It's
Sorry, I didn't decide on my turn.
No, that's okay. And, it's funny. I wanted to make a translation of it, and I honestly just didn't know how to write it. Trying to cover for the weekend without the rabbi.
I think almost all of it is Psukim. It's interesting that you could last shofar blows right there in the middle of it.
Yeah.
Which is, I think,
So, who knows, maybe your chair, maybe you guys can bring it up. Amen. They,
no, it's,
I didn't recognize any stuff they did with the rest of it. And so, but I remember this piece. So I think there's a way of bringing in like our traditional stuff.
Very high holidays, too.
Yes. No, and
What they
it's,
do every Shabbat.
no, they only did this before. This is Yom Kippur. This is what they did on this. Yeah. So we'll end tonight with another song from Shira Shirin. This is directly from Shira Shirin. And I was learning a lot of African guitar rhythms and African guitar styles. I spent some time last summer just like fun learning it. So I was also learning Shira Shirin on Shabbos and found this line. Dodi li va'ilo hara eva shashani appears a few times in Shira Shirin. And so this is one of the times that I'm looking after it. And so we'll sing through it a few times. And this one you pick up the drums. I want to put this one on the guitar. So very deep chords. So.
talking about this rhythm before you left.
12/8. We were going for עד שיפו החיים ונעשו הצללים. We'll do that a few times. דודי לי, ואני לא הרואה בשושנים. עד שיפו החיים ונעשו הצללים. One more time, דודי. דודי לי, ואני לא
Shoshanim lilies or roses?
Shoshanim lilies or roses. I thought they were roses.
But in modern Hebrew, Shoshana could be a rose.
Shoshana is a lily.
In modern,
Really? It's considered a rose?
I think that's the word for a rose.
Shoshanim are roses, and so it says lilies, and I was,
It's considered lilies.
so, or he was saying,
Whatever,
he
that's
thinks
how
like,
things translate.
in biblical Hebrew, it was lilies, and then it got
How do you order a rose in a flower store in Israel today?
Shoshana.
Meaning that's, but what do you have?
Well, first where he said, what's a lily?
Shoshana, say-
We'll have a dozen Shoshanim. I don't know.
Shoshan, maybe one's a Shoshana, one's a Shoshana. I don't know. What's the question?
What did you ask, Howard? Do you need help putting things away?
So you can also, Shoshone, as they taught, you know, I don't know, it's play on words.
Can we leave this fire?
Let's do a bonfire.
In the courtyard or in the lab? For my
Years, it's gorgeous. Goes to Scotland in the fall.
That's good. That's early.
Yeah, well, there's a whole summer ahead of us. Camp. Well,
Sammy and I always switch places. Well, what number?
It's me. It's good to be back. You know, I miss Sheriff. Dude. I love you guys here. So it got. I was supposed to go 2 years ago to Israel, but COVID ruined that. So this past year I was in Israel. I got back a week and a half ago. Yeah, we should put that back up. Yeah, we should do that. Oh. Say it again. I lived in an apartment in the Greek colony. Are you familiar with Jerusalem? My studies were all in conservative Shemitah, which is still at 50%. But we were responsible for all our own arrangements. I didn't want to live in Dachshund,
You're not a camper.
I'm not a camper, and Nativ is there, and like the kids are there.
I don't know where this goes.
To be living on like Jewish calendar time, you know? Like for the whole year, I got to do everything. I got to do all of the Chagim except for Shavuot and